Oh, it's still bad, huh? Hello, you are here and my internet is not here, friend. Okay, it seems like it's a little better now, but we will see. Hello. Okay, let's do a bite check. Respond as fast as you can after hitting this. Or you were typing, so. Anyway, I'm going to start now. While you checking the internet, which is dying, but you know, who cares, right? Just a reading game. You just read. Who cares about the frame? need to put this bitch. Then we need to do this all the time. There we go. This
걸맞는
is
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지. 시험
차! 의뢰로군. 함께하죠.
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요? 개체 유형 확인.
okay. I look from beyond the glass window. The scenes battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damn imbeciles! What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Oh my god, they are doing combat. Combat in story beats. Like how the P-Enter doesn't work with staggered enemy. Paus had attacked and entered the field. The blame lies flooded with the other delayed decision. Apologies, yet concerned was I that not to dispose sweetly of that foe. I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the seniors were involved without my command. I mean, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi! Your genius order was how the last head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. Ahem, it was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry not. Oh my god, you are dying. How befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot. Don Quixote fell before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of "you are doing it wrong," but I had no choice but to watch as their awfully abysmal decisions continues to boggle the fight. If I try, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We're almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the scene out on this bind first. Yo, it's copies. Also, while I'm playing with Don Quixote died.
읽어볼까?
Not that diegetic, huh?
마무리!
전탄격발.
Oh my god, chill with the rolls.
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
낙인을 새겨드리죠. 망설이지 말고.
이 결투
Yo. The Ishma versus the Ishma.
이것밖에 못하나. 이번에야말로
Look at that. Look at that.
끝내주겠어.
Can you move the camera a little?
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
조여 목구를 달궈볼까.
더러지 같은 놈들.
Chidech.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
So we start directly into this thing. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the early years of my career. You are so old. Thanks. Ooh, got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after the brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the test. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Marshall for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Marshall gives massages? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fella, there's got more to it than that. I feel like there is like a war missing. Got a B? Maybe it works like that. Sure there was, not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor particularly egregious stress shit.
확실한 승리였어요. 돌아가면 저번처럼
어이.
홈파티라도 할까요?
Whoa, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches Cam seemed to do and without making these noises nowadays. But what do you mean you can't? That right there's the creaking sound of time's ravage sink. Oof, I know that has been turning the clock to rewind our time. I feel like my joints are starting to grate. Yeah, I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying shooting is a pain. You tell them that. That when Honlu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's 100 years old? She got to be the older of us by a lot, right? Exposition? Honlu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy soldier brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt. Look, I'm not going to complain, but I'm going to complain. The fucking intervalos when they don't say something, I complain. When they do something, I complain. I'm going to complain that they always are like, "Hey, isn't it funny that stuff that happened in the other canto when they are not even related?" You know. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually brush that subject, but you just bulldoze through the whole map, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was susceptible about their age. Does this now to consider thyself will be not so? She cried. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus air quality. Oi, Scoot! That's my designer seat you're planting your arse in. I will whack ya. On the other hand, here is this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembered what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly, Don Quixote. I'm sure you can sing. I never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I'm quite fond of the current temperament of our company, unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel. I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him. And right now that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chin one to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. You love him. Anyways, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing. Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. That much. Not that, don't you remember? We even played volleyball. Volleyball by the big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he's making a request for a vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please. You still have expectations of our employers. I recall that young Marcel had given thee quite exquisite massage, had he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structure of the human body. I wonder why. Doesn't remember? Not a big Limbus fan? For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Marcel's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. Since that the time is here. Virgilius. Yes, I knew that this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodian's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up? In other words, sumari. Although this is not Japanese, so pardon my intrusion. It's time for Limbus Company's gulp, dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. We did get a call from the higher ups a while ago requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. but it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. It was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Check up? What check up? Don't be so edged, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I never personally experienced might say you don't remember anything, but sounds like they are just checking to see how we are doing health-wise. Turning around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? The face of this woman, only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would live in onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things work outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are, oh, you are gearing up to explain what it is, Julio. You got 30 seconds to write it out. Ready, set, go. No. No, not the regular checkups. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rodriguez. You work at a corporation. You should know this. I did hear that some fixer officer associations provide varying methodologies. I would feel like it doesn't pronounce that word. For me, it's methodologies. I guess that's the other word. When it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Lock up until there is only one left standing. Lock blood my college, the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ismael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced argument the suggestion. Do we know? I might have forgotten because I don't care about Ishmael. Do we know which office she was before? Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting in? I'm asking if you are prepared to go through the regular checkup no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that? What's wrong with this block now? Mate's looking all pale. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school too. What kind of checkups? They put us in the same room, measuring head weight, running some basic fitness tests. Pretty. Wherefore do they seek the measure of such characteristics? Would you really ask a full knowledge and analysis of each other's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand? What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that doesn't explain shit about why you need to know that, does it? Why they find it necessary to spray people with those stinky chemicals just to see if someone got least in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of road checkups too as a kid, I guess. When you all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, you're wondering when they will test us. Otis confidently marched to the front of the scene, another scene with an assertive grin, as though she would be waiting for this very moment. I will say, this is a great opportunity to say, the telephony jockey music of Limbus is ass. Like this one and the one that's got like I don't like them at all. They feel like royalty-free music. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority among us. A true authority. by your partner's true authority could be that you are questioning who's among us is our leader. When starting, I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid playing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstanding about my suggestions, the executive manager. Of course, I must preface it with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt towards executive manager Dante's authority. Okay. Was this not always a topic of great contention among us that which of us is the most fit to command this squad of sinners? I don't think anybody has mentioned it. Is it Ishmael or maybe Fall? That's why I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scramble, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. I would have thought that everybody would say fast, not Ishmael. I guess I haven't paid attention to the game of Ishmael. I don't see her as leader. Maybe officer, but not leader. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and hit 500 push-ups whenever your superiors command you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory over your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last senior standing. No, that's the hardcore. Silence fell upon us, almost succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it, I will give you lot one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody famous in the backstage. Fine, so that's how we are doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. We are going back to Canto 1. Yay! This is okay, so where we off to? The the regular checker takes place at. The sinner seems to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entails, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company. Thank you, Isa, for the obvious response. Yes. Oh, we are finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right in time upon immediate departure. A whole year, huh? This is instant, though says, yet my hair is faint prepared. Pretty allow us to some time to prepare a travel provision. See, if this was really the Yeti, they would have said. When was this? Almost 2 years. They would have said almost 2 years. No, a whole year. Oh my god, the water say he loves Limbus Company. Hello. The water says. Can you post Soiru? I love Soiru. Soiru is like my favorite Walrus emote. I love that emote. Top 5 emotes on Twitch. The Soiru. Do I have it? Hippo. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. Look at this shit. That's a banger. It's like the best emote. It just looks so stupid. Hello. Hello. My internet is shit and we are doing Limbus Company story. Again, not voice because this game is ass, so I have to make le funny voices sometimes. But yeah, my internet is ass today. Where is the headquarters anyways? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it did exist in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. We will have to walk. Oh come on, how are we supposed to get there if you are not gonna tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles. You are not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? No, that's not a rerun. I shall ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So we are not boarding the warp train again. Yeah, we are not boarding the train again. And so are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in light of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination might hold an element of randomness. Or due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination might not reflect our intended end coordinates. You know this. Or an unexpected closure mid-passes through the frame might behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Or are you sure this is a sound suggestion? Then I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. See, he's me. So I had this conversation before. If you board the warp train and you suffer 10 billion years of pain, but as soon as it ends, you won't remember that it happened, then it never happened. Because no matter if you suffer the 10 billion years, as soon as the train arrives, you will forget those 10 billion years. So you won't remember it, so it never happened. So there is no actual pain and suffering. That's how it works. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destination. But you won't remember it, that's the thing. I accept that during that thing you will suffer, but you won't remember that even that point in life existed. If you can confirm me that the person that leaves the warp train is the same me that entered it, then you will just board the train, pass out for like 10 seconds, and then you will be out like not those 10 billion years never happened, so you never suffer. Yeah, you experience it on that moment, but as soon as you leave, you didn't experience it. You know what I'm saying? It's like it never existed. So technically it never happened. You didn't suffer because you don't remember. Like, it's like right now, imagine right now, in the next 5 seconds you will be in pain for 10 billion years, but you won't experience it because as soon as those 5 seconds happen, you already forgot those 10 billion years happened. You know what I'm saying? You know the logic behind this. It does matter. You forget later because you won't remember it. A close assessment, however, it would be more accurate to say that the backdoor was merely used as reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCM established multiple communication with a certain new wing aspirant company. A new wing! During the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the bank. A new wing? Are they looking to take over L-Core's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Greg. What would the direction or your intuition could be improved? Is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining double core? Double core? Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of double core decline have been spreading more and more of late. And I'm not surprised that some companies will consider this to be an opportunity. Newspaper also featured OPED's anime regarding a possible manager crisis at double core, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearance as well. I see, so they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Core's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own, no, that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works, and to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? At this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W-Core has been mired in trouble both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of a company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Shut the fuck up. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the backdoor, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another, a portal if you will. Also, you resolve all the aforementioned side effects then. Not quite, big text. Similar difficulties to aforementioned case were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shoot prematurely and amputate the subjects they were traversing between doors. You killed them. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pentasection incident. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisection. Bisection certainly is improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I is the city, who cares? What's up? I will not behold mine own left and right shoes, so cruelty soon dear. Forced to be so far apart for coming to the headquarters. Well, shut up and let's start the fucking interval. All this little chatter of necessary concerns tell me that your boss life might be too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. That the vehicle? It's got no windows though. All tiresome. Now of the boss. They love to yap on the first 2 episodes of the interval. Of everything, to be fair. More yapping. 14. Once we disembarked the boat, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is assistance from Picor in the process of developing this device was indispensable. What is Picor again? Wait, that means in contact with John Cesara, are you? Hoy day, much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion of my heroic bravery. This quite unfair did meet her all by thy so young fast. Your consent will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Or worried enough for to have available the side of Limba's company headquarters that they had been tapped for. I wish you were a vampire. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. You glad to hear we are not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of the department to the headquarters brought upon by frequent trans-nest movements and irregular scheduling of our mission. Trans? Why you say all that you were going to explain anyways? Okay, the fact that you are reacting too late to what I'm saying is just telling me that my delay is awful with the internet. I do have 30% frame drop. It's been a while since I streamed. Well, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with Picor? Boy, here we go again. Picor's singularity can be summarized by the following four words: expansive space warping technology. Alright, then you say that Mrs. Sarah told you something about how the principle of Picor singularity is a lot like how La Mancha land works. Right, La Mancha land was much larger on the inside, I look it from the outside. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask. You sure were. None other winds array make liberal use of different kinds of space-spanning singularities. It's, how should I put this, isn't a bit too mundane of a CD test for Picor to call space manipulation its unique thing. Here we go, Lord, about the wings. That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments, how nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that the technology to span a year space the government employed technology by other winds as well, and attempt of such invention making use of this space expansion technology with this a Picor singularity will be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of Picor space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct in its interior shelter from the world outside no matter how severely the exterior is battered, to have a sound structural integrity no matter what, its interior safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the Picor product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions with extreme pressure of shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in its separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of the vehicle utilizes Picor singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from foreign impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Although dimensional trough of container also transports it to other dimensions. Sing, why are you freezing all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a Devia Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into the courier trunk and I'm going to stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I could stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on, sometimes a story is just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to HANA and Debian's association rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it might be said that the warp technology employed by WCore shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Oh, the point is that we will always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle team, right? Thank you, Rodion, you are the best. Stopping this yapping, unnecessary yapping of fucking exposition of the city that I don't care because I hate the city. This will certainly make the logistic communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument? As I expect that will be much trouble on its own. Has the details been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus company headquarters, an effective means of transportation so that this vehicle will be installed in the nest across the city. Also, you will be putting one on each fucking nest. Summary, an efficient means of transportation so that this vehicle here, developing using P-Core and the aspiring W-Core technology, will gradually be installed at various places across the city. In every nest? Of course not, the technology is still experimental, it's astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a fair clarification, activated now. Faust tinkered with various machines and construction within the vehicle and the giant door from early begins to turn, making a loud noise. Yeah, because I don't care about the city. I want stories about the characters, quote unquote. I want. Wherefore is a gate over your shooting reason. Energy is no linker routing towards the gate. When the gas displays around the glowing door field, the door begins to slowly open. Enter in now. When it fully opens, Fat made her way inside like what use another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines coupled with a loud droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits walking briskly between their busy schedules. I heard heavy doors opening and closing from here and there. Outside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Okay, where is Roland? Where is Angela? Where is everybody? Is the floor of the LCE department. LCE. Hopefully we'll get to probably stride into the HQ's front gate one day. Okay, a fight. Finally, gameplay. Oh, we're fighting a normality.
사냥감인가 몸이.
Oh my god, he's blue, which means he's a blue guy. That's how it works. Right, are we waiting for something to happen, or are we also familiar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Bitches? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he's the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I'm the chief researcher responsible for the entire Olympus company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retained the role is because Jason and I have been excluded from the research personal file due to our status as associate. Shut the fuck up, we know you are the best, don't worry about it. We are not going to care about it. Someone must say we had to continue the research after all. Ah, so you two are friends. While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and willingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I'm in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be aware of the obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I'm also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us the same reply over and over again, like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Libby's company, Sinners. I like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed, it is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researcher and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd their clothes are. Yes, allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Alisa, two of the few researchers lately on my command. I know her. I know him. Are they wearing gear structure for abnormalities, but how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former Alcor? While there are partial similarities to their gear and no difference are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempt our own brand of extraction successfully, I might add. While the news of the production of Ego gear in Nimbus company style was already received, this is the first time they are observed in person. So you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? Well, I'm sensing distortion and peccatulac too. Indeed, as they are containment researchers suggest to LCE department as well. Faust closely observed the Ego gear. Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally hard judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of those and repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to study with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. And you're about ready to get violent. Some poor bastard, like get on with the checkout so we can get back to the bus, yeah? Feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup for as a group since your employment. False also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. First task shall be to assess your ability in response to emergency situation. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situation. The walls of the laboratory should start separating and sliding into place. When I settled, I realized I had locked the sinners away in some kind of hole, insulating them from me, Virgilius, and Sharon. What the hell? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behavior response in case of surprise attack, so ambush it. But this could be beforehand, Virgilius. You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't letting this either. I wasn't, for your information, but he's cool and awesome. So he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He could kill everyone. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes will be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Sharon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Sharon wants cake too. Oh, hey, we got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. When was it? Maybe the cake is already shit. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Sharon away into a nearby office. Okay, so these are the regular checkup. Let's get done. Let's get this done.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
So what's the opinion?
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
The abnormalities are, well, this is a pecutula. Or whatever.
제가 묻었네요.
What's the opinion that they just make abnormalities and so like, okay, my internet died. It doesn't show me here that it died.
망설이지 말고.
But yeah, internet hasn't been very good lately. What's the opinion of abnormalities not being unique anymore?
끝내. 전수하리. 이번에야말로 가볍고 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
Oh, you lost the fucking rock.
보냈고.
더러지 같은 놈들.
순식간에 끝내죠.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
이것밖에 못하나.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나.
One survive.
그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 훑어버렸나.
순식간에 끝내죠.
The worst part of Otis being part of the fucking event is that I don't have her for fights.
한 놈.
Oh my god, a bot!
겁이 나. 그럼에도
이것밖에
멈추고
We
못.
love bots.
마무리.
I mean, it's not a unique train. Because we see this shit all the time. These enemies.
조여목구를 달궈볼까? 본인의 승리일세.
Oh, that took a while to load. I can feel the internet dying. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pecatula Invadie. Hard managed squeak, hey ho, I have attained a score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge moves I dealt for in my studies. Hey, Isam, but they were testing of fixed association knowledge, huh? Totally, honestly, she got more than enough feature fixation for the entire boss. A kind of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes, how strong they look, bloody hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are Mersal. We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kind of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department had been missing. In other words, summary. We capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill private curiosity. This idea I never see it. I even know it existed because it's part of the event, right? So it's not on the pool. Make it. And the only reason I learned that it existed is because I have seen videos of the sniper, the fell bullet team, that they instantly killed them. I had never seen someone use it normally. Still, I would say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that will help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we are going to go over something that can be conducted in group first. Please form a line here. Is the image what, like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we got a long day ahead of us. He's so tall. You are so tiny. You are so tiny. You are trying to look higher. Your boobs are gigantic. He's mad. She's normal. She's saying hi. Oh, these are some coffee clothes they are giving us. Right, I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. They are LCE properties, so you better return as soon as we are done here. Gotcha, by the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but that's the one tour the club used for me, you know? Turning off the club for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfoul habit. Perhaps Mersal can remedy your pain. I'm always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. You think I can see some of you on your tiptoes? You will be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please, bitch. But my heels are on the ground. Yeah. Can you snap out your cigarette before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. The aura. Uh-huh. And what about bulbous gram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to the beginning of the test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant. I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. And you got two of them already right behind you. You just need directions. Oh, we are not Mr. Hoheimheim assistant. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course, there is much that distinguishes these two occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rhodia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you have raised your hand, I will give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it, it's just not my vibe. You know, I tell a research job, though I'm a big fan of her style. Rhodia trailed off, really caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? Sorry, but Faust got the idea, not you, because you suck and the company hates you and Faust sells more. I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would like to refuse your nomination. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression and intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who come up with this brilliant idea of putting two smart asses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to tell about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school. A diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president in What is with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kinda feel like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision had already been made. Do know that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ismail almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode on to the front of the line. Oof, greetings, Miss Jorgeheim. As you must be aware if you take a look at my documents, I rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You will have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add experience to my resume ever? Can I add experience to my resume and get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. She saw that inside. She's like, she just lost all hope in humanity. My companion, you see. My companion. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Me? Huh? Me? Oi! It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but the funny noise? Wait, but why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like this motherfucker? It's a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher the level of the education and the more elaborate the resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect description for friends here, I will say. Why you say, Heathcliff, I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualifications to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? Look at this motherfucker. He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Jisan. Ya were kinda looking forward to getting picked, weren't ya? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. This fucker. And when one does indeed follow favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to renown memories and past. He's still a japper. Jisan replied with a particularly downcast look. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Right, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated, you only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Now I see what he's doing. Oh hey, sure knows which one of the group to quash to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. That was a long episode.
돌아가면 저번처럼 홈파티라도 할까요?
Oh my god, more text. We love text. Soiru. Oh my god, look at the drip. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hornheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capability. Right, you there, get in line, single file, let's make this easy for all of us. Weren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Look at this motherfucker. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up the glass helps you to put in the air of a studious learned individual, like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frame with the glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes decisions too, and contemplating of the more profound aspects of life. Oi! Let's not make this any harder than it's gonna be. Last, snuff out that stick in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Believe me, can't you just do it as I say for once? Oh, he's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the test, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourself before you're hired. I see, so they are trying to see how much they progress in before they join the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the word progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the seniors. If I were to speak for myself, executive manager, I can confidently say that the talk of progression as a person and in all aspects of life is great into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of other mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in an overlong rumination of worries of all manner, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now I have come to accept certain things as they are. And I come to sometimes allow my mind to form brief of rigorous reason, floating away gently as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progress of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh, look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palm. You never have them, I guess you are used like me. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we are fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We experienced a pretty spectacular year, you know? A brutal year, yet so pointed with significance. True, I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We are grown closer, you know, like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. Certain misunderstandings seem to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting shade of heart to heart. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were dismissed the moment you were hired by this company. Equality defined and the power, if you will. Equally defined. In other words, summary, all your abilities have been brought down to the yes, to the same general levels or 11 senior here. Why am I your point of reference? This is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of word. Oh, take that back. I take it back. Not. So you are not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, see, is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation chattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get the power because of the golden road? Wait, does this have anything to do with those shades that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of a golden road is connection. You are not all fairly evenly equally mediocre. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seems a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to will of deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. Oh no, exposition. So the truth is finally revealed. This is why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Although implying that who has always known. Of course, had I been in my prime, I could be wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds, bitches. You wipe floor with doormats? Man, we are also prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderers have been quiet ever since they hired me. I didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Oi! What the use of all this chatter? What might is that we all been brought down to the level of the lad? But I got calluses on my palms. Yeah, not all the golden road effect must have been a detriment to us. Jisang started, carefully attempted to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantage granted us by the golden rule implied in the pallid world of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid world been at its full strength, it's highly likely that we might still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could knock its head out with one punch. It was only as strong as Sing. It's all real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individuals' quirks cannot be suppressed by the golden bow. Certain quirks that one might consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Also, that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Blueback at the T-Core factory. And one was my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strength has been deep progressing in the morning, then the average must have been raised as well. One of the purposes of this test is to measure that very difference. So what exactly goes into this test? I know there is a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan, so it's going to be something like that. There are dozens, if not hundreds of ways to determine one's ability without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know a perfect appropriate methodology for this group. A perfect appropriate methodology. We spent some time on our busy schedule to tailor each test for each sinner on the LCB. That was pretty tough, I will have you guys know. Tailored test for each sinner, huh? I don't really like the sound of that if you ask me. We will utilize the peccatula and the distortion phenomenon. That doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talent, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. A system? Alright, that's another challenge, not getting there. So we are just fighting enemies. As always. Clear encounter with allies at 50 plus HP. Oh, it's a fixed member.
가볼까요? 발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
Let's see, first one on the block. Keckley had already begun flipping through the papers he had. One on familiar side. Alright, you and you there, inside now. Keckley the assistant pointed toward Holman Sinclair. Hello, 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? You must be aware by now that peccatula are entities that have failed to even restore. Seems like we will fight the peccatula again. Yeah, I think we are fighting the peccatula again. Okay, time to fight the peccatula. Alright, I have a question. It's something that's been nagging me all the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They are safely contained, which means that they don't possess any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi! We've been slaughtering countless scores at those souls, so what's the holdup now? Yeah, well, we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and you believe that taking a life to live is like taking a life for the sake of it. I do understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, college. I guess they are close to college. Dante says 3, college. Although was practically squished against the containment unit with the holding of 3 of his fingers, he must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners, no family, no friend, no college, prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something that is acceptable must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their place when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury time and money necessary. Thus I find this reminder to be quite useful. These sinners bound to Libus company are still fed by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such thing as the right to refuse. It would be easier for you to accept the fact if I were to say that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibility. I know they are sinners, but you can talk to them like, translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit, am I correct? Your memory, your head, and your past. There must be some more that you would like to know, and perhaps you decide to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I meant to say is this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Well, is he usually? Yes, this is his usually meme now. Hello, I know they want to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Fucked up. Ishmael, Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We're severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecutula project into this glass panel. This letter has been prepared with the assumption that students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me, not so what's so difficult. Yeah, say that for when the lecture actually starts. And you must already know there are 7 categories of Pecutula. As far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Pecutula you observed was in stage 3 so far at least. Wherefore these two others a little more of so far at least at the end of thy word, good sir. Char, well it's simple. We researchers have an habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or they say. So you are not ruling out the possibility that we might be running to Pecutula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed, we prefer to not put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of many Pecutula to be covered today is Pecutula irae, red Pecutulum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn, and burn is until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they are quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, did I ever see you get angry or upset, Holly? That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spiders to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff and Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally stand on Heathcliff's toast. But what exactly the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. They are just yapping and learning from each other in the worst place.
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
Okay, fucking
대의에 거스르지 말고.
Sinclair should evolve really fast. He win all the clashes, which he should. I love this. Anyway, Clash me. Oh, they're going to die anyway, so.
당신의 판단을 따를게요. 낙인을 새겨드리죠. 조금 더 과감하게, 조금 더 과감하게. 편하게 가자고요.
Evolve me.
이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 직접 타도하죠. 이런 것도 되죠. 이런 것도 되죠. 이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
The burning of his soul.
망설이지 말고. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 망설이지 말고. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 편하게 가자고요.
Yeah, we keep going.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 타올라라.
Ow. Ow.
이래선
아우.
미치게 되는 꼴인데.
Ow.
결국
Well, I'm dead.
끝까지 함께 싸울 수 있을 거라 생각했어요.
The counters.
지금은 때가 아니야. 도움을 청해야만.
Fuck.
사건 속으로. 직접 타도하죠. 망설이지 말고. 망설이지 말고.
This should give me 45.
사겨드리죠. 망설이지 말고. A에 거스르지 말고.
Fortunately, he would have like 0 SP.
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 편하게 가자고요. 멈추고 싶지 않아. 망설이 가자고요. 나아갈 수 없. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어. 직접 타도하죠. 이런 것도 되죠. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
Go like this. This.
직접 타도하죠. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어. 편하게 가자고요.
Now, how many? Hopefully this works. Funny that we have the 5.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나.
Oh my god, that's...
이래선 걱정만 끼치게
So
된 꼴.
funny.
이런 것도 되죠. 아이고.
That was truly a Limbus Company moment.
지금은 때가 아니야. 도움을 청해야만.
Truly.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요. 당신의 판단을 따를게요. 내의에 거스르지 말고. 내의에 거스르지 말고. 쯔! 쯔! 자! 어! 직접 타도하자. 편하게 가. 편하게 가. 편하게 가자고요. 조금 더 과감하게. 이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 이런 것도 되죠.
Not enough to cancel the counter, fortunately.
직접 타도하죠. 편하게 가자고요. 편하게 가. 내의에 거스르지 말고. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
Can we win now? Oh, you are slow as fuck. Well, this is only one counter.
직접 타도하죠.
Ah! How do you
걱정만.
fail every single one? I'm so tired of this game.
뭐 괜찮아요. 유로지비는 승리보다 패배가 익숙한 집단이니까요.
I hate this fucking gacha gaming style. Use fucking Win rate, man. I'm tired. Who needs thinking when you are going to just get kill issues?
거스르지 말고. 망설이지 말고.
Well, don't enter that, I guess.
직접 타도하죠.
Oh my god, you guys aren't rolling anything.
직접 타도하죠. 낙인을 새겨드리죠.
45.
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 직접 타도하죠.
Nice. Nice.
이래선 걱정만 끼치는 꼴인데. 이런 것도 되죠.
He was in 45, by the way. I think I already lost yeah, I already lost the fucking
직접 타도하죠.
thing.
이런 것도 되죠. 이런 것도 되죠. 편하게 가자고요.
He was at 45
직접 타도하죠.
and he lost the fucking trades too.
편하게 가자고요.
He got
에이,
5%.
거스르지 말고.
And now I'm going to get counter and fucking die.
직접 타도하죠. 낙인을 새겨드리죠. 이래선 걱정만 끼치게 되는 꼴. 아이고. 끝까지
Oh my
싸울
god.
수 있을 거라 생각했어요. 뭐 괜찮아요. 유로지비는 승리보다 패배가 익숙한 집단이니까요. 대신 큰 사건 속으로. 당신의 판단을 따를게요. 낙인을 새겨드리죠. 망설이지 말고. 이번에야말로 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 망설이지 마. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
He's mad. And me too.
직접 타도하죠. 이런 것도 되죠. 이런 것도 되죠. 이 격정 속에서 타올라라.
Ow.
망설이면 나아갈 수
They
없어.
put a lot of burn, huh?
직접 타도하죠. 대의에 거스르지 말고. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
I have like no.
직접 타도하죠.
Oh my god, he's faster than everything.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라. 망설이지 말고. 저는 이렇게 침묵해버리나요?
Oh, it does tell you you fail in here.
지금은 때가 아니야. 도움을 청해야만.
Trying to do some changes, I guess.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라. 직접 타도하죠. 대의에 거스르지 말고. 이런 것도 되죠. 좋아. 직접 타도 편하게 가자고요. 다 죽어라. 다 죽어라. 다 죽어라.
Ah, you're winning a lot of SP. Calm down.
직접 타도하죠. 이런 것도 되죠. 좋아. 직접 타도하죠. 다 죽어라. 다 죽어라. 직접 타도하죠. 다 죽어라.
Doesn't have a very good roll of abilities.
불길 속으로. 이런 것도 되죠.
Oh, we started him on the first turn.
A에 거스르지 말고.
Almost the RNG is the only thing that matters in this game.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Because now he was faster than Sinclair.
다 죽어라.
Who would have thought?
당연한 결과죠. 저는 선택받았으니까. 그렇겠죠?
So who's next? These fuckers, okay. Oh, I cannot change the support for the extra thing. Fuck.
걸만 열려는
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
입증을 알리는 음악 소리가
What's up, you three? Let's get in there. Indoor boy will do, but we can hear you just fine without you shouting out the top of your lungs. Now let's discuss Peccato P gratis slot. Stone Studio, well, that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrounded to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for slot than them. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigged established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden, like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population will be deemed incompetent. I will admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room. I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses. Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Pepe within turn limit. Nice.
버러지 같은 놈들.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라 해체 소각되었습니다.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
So 3 waves.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 언제까지 버티나 보자고.
No, Gregor, you suck.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
We evolve.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
해체 억압 진행하겠습니다.
Where is my fucking ultimate?
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's the peace tremor.
아른거리는
Bye bye.
받아볼 텐가.
This should be enough to. Yeah.
받아볼 텐가.
And we should win it here. Oh, I ran out of bullet mid attack. That was funny.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만
There you go.
이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
Selfless. Oh, the worst team. What do I even use with you?
드디어 내
나를 불렀나?
How do I use this motherfucker?
카니발 타임.
Use counter. Spam counter. Next up, Gulai Glutoni. Roots of plant need to the leading source of nutrient. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supplies of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Healthcare, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, look at Hohenheim and Schroeder. Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these peccatulum? Why don't we lump it together like how you pair of sinners? Running long patient already. Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's not a protocol because you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we are told for the sake of proper test results. And you make a valid proposition. What? Very well, I also fail to see the necessity of fact in this spectacular one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Oh, what, really? And you the one who suggested if we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why we that we do this for the start, because testing them one by one gives a more accurate result. To suggest that the margin error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see. Would I say the benefits of a small margin error were the convenience of lumping them all together? Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, this command. This very carelessly is why I think we can raise a 0.06 regular margin error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I would abide by the executive managerial judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Pakatura Morot Sitae's gloom as well. Have you ever imagined yourself in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it becomes to rise again. The pressure. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that it's constant motion, giving no time for such emotion to gather us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement brewing. Even after I joined the boss team, I still feel like I'm floating deep in some ditch, you know? So I'm only here because I wanna be here, but still. Are you sure you are in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. The special. Well, I'm ready now, and you go. You too, assistant. You are exempt from the test. Oh, me too? Perfect time. I'll be getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. So that's his S3.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
다음 놈 나와. 목이 피었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
이번에 네 피분수 이번에 네 피분수
기대해라.
So now you say. Like that.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 실밥이 터졌나?
Ah. Yeah, remember that counters don't do anything if you don't counter. Are you clashing? You are clashing.
전부 쳐지게.
But now I don't have the thing, I think. Okay, so it's when you have the buff, basically.
전부 쳐지게.
이번에 네 피분수
목이 피었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
It will be right now.
고귀하게
자.
Okay, only one time apparently.
자, 테디. 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 헛! 기대해라.
Oh my god.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
흙을 마실걸?
기대해라.
I see.
피 분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게, 그리고 제2 권속으로서의 품위도
Shut up.
잃지 않게 하자.
United plus 10 hits during a coverage identity.
함께하죠.
Can go like this.
자, 해골바가
잘 됐네.
Well, they went too much trouble. Let's have you two get in there. We rush on. Let's do this, I guess. ST, single target. What? She wants to switch team. Really? Now, what's your problem this time, Roshu? Your dual harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dual somewhere that I doubt we can't even pay that it's sickly net over there. I don't think she will have too much trouble impaling Hohen. I would rather watch the blood film fight again. Don't speak of me, that this quite the pickle. Oh, she wants to switch team, is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man, let's go. I admit that my harpoon is not as sharp as it used to be. Although I admit that I lost a bit of my edge since then. But we are all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to Razor Sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Last, I thought I'd been clear enough. This switching team ain't a thing. Peccato and Superbie. Pride. Oh, heavy drone, as if the bigger insignia didn't exist in this world. Wheel, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel is in boundless pride, rolls on and in search of the perfect circle, something conquered even by nature. Yet it remains unkind for the flesh it rendered, nor the grass it trampled in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can get anything done by just sitting neatly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It's a slow and insidious killer. It does claim trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohen. Well, that's Elder's perspective. Next up is Luxurial Lust. Muy much just like that, huh? The meaning of Pecatulo Luxurial Lust is not exactly what it'll say on the tin. A more illustrative description will say that it is, yes, An obsession to spread a family was formed itself, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept. I use that. While the word itself might be suggested to interpretation limited to the carnal understanding. To share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gain the understanding of as liberal oneself. You seek to spread a sustain and lose as well. Not bad, I always appreciate this discussion with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admit it, had cleared all that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. It's going to be hard if they fucking lose the election.
대가리 딱 떼도록. 40. 먹지. 핫.
That's like 20 hits.
대가리 딱 떼도록.
That's like 20 hits.
아차! 이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대? 대가리 딱 떼도록. 지금이다. 해골바가지 거미 대가리. 먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나. 거태. 타! 으타! 더 먹어 치워라. 자.
It's taking a while.
갑니다. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 대가리 딱 떼도.
Oh my god.
이 정도로 나와.
How do you lose that? Okay, it is like hit as actual hit.
대가리 딱 떼도록.
That's fine.
사십. 먹지. 타! 으타! 더 먹어 치워라.
Hey, about the. Sorry. What's with the rolling tails on 45?
대가리 딱 떼도록.
What is this bullshit? Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever.
업.
Oh, that's gonna fucking suck.
먹지. 갑니다. 저런 배운 줄도 몰랐나.
I didn't even use an eagle.
40.
Do you mean she? I don't think that was the same.
갑니다. 이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대? 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Okay, what use two waves are there?
싱겁네요.
This man is not using ego, she's just a normal person.
계속 구르게 되겠죠.
She is using ego.
쉽고 취급을 해주진 않으니 알아서 기세요.
No, you mean Philip. Each unit defeats the peculiar that has taken their shape once.
차!
시험해볼 기회구려.
This will take like 2 years. You are never activating your passive this way.
동구쉔크 3과
Don Quixote. Barely, now is the time for young Yisan and I to face the test. The natural strike shall take form as spectacular invidiae. Assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. How does static shock have all to do with envy? Anyone who been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter sting in the same manner as the former does. I will comprehend thy explanation. I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixer, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to know where my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts in which the said illustrators use color fixer are holding an event to disseminate their autograph. And imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Why, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alas, for who fate played such cruel jest on my pitiful soul? Now, do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was wrong. What would be quite a yellow burning within my heart, a painful tingling sensation in my My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose I'll score a kindred spirit after all. You two quit the Xinhua and get in there. Verily, then onward to the new adventure. Then I shall follow. So each one has to kill one of their copies. Oh my god, we did activate the fucking
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
the passive immediately. Fierce turn.
이 결투! 이 본인의 승리일세.
끝내. 전수하리.
Oh, that was easy.
조여목구를 달궈볼까? 마무리!
흐드러지게.
조여목구를 달궈볼까? 야! 본인의 승리일세.
Easy.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가? 아니야, 넣어두게. 정말
Ooh,
2배로 받을
look at that.
있겠는가?
Look at these team of professional. BRB, I'm going to stretch a little and drink some water. BRB. back. I'm back. It wants to raid. Okay, continue. Leave it. Now it's everyone, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, they are doing it without Don Quichotes. Maybe we are fighting Don Quixote. It's a one fight, so yeah, maybe we're fighting Don Quixote. For you, then we go.
의뢰
연료는
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
연료는 잔뜩
시험해볼
이번엔 함께하죠.
가보자.
입증을 알리는 음악 소리가
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by another Jisan, whose only sin was making an innocent tragic casual comment. Hello, no, I'm not. If anything, I'm the reason of I'm the only force against the PM fan because I hate PM. Don't put this blame on me. I hate this fucking company. I hate their fucking games. Whose only see was making an innocent casual comment. Sometimes after we run or find. Please vacate the room. People clean out coming through. Apologies, Miss Don Quixote has how to. Yeah, but I'm not a Limbus. I'm paid to play Limbus by this motherfucker that is on stream. This fucker. I'm a paid streamer. PT, avail me for that moment. The Sholan support room sin antes have common do. Oh no, don't remove the fucking shoes, please. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Ah, yet they're quite the hideous accessory to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy, yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote feeding her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Oh, whatever I was suggesting, Rocinante is none other than my eternal steed. Bound to me by fate said, none shall ever dare sever the bond between us. It was a query posed towards Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust replied while set fire upon the rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome given that no relevant data had ever been collected. Oh. Well then, no time like the present to get collection, huh? Good thing we are in a lab too, where else are we going to get another chance to do that? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I hear all kinds of horrible stuff happen on that train the moment her shoes came off. You literally saw it on Canto 7. Sure did. But that was but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had nothing to do with my will. Well, you know, potato. I hate this expression. I don't know why, but I hate it. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual might well lie in her pair of ruined shoes. Fie on thee, thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. Why we slip her shoes off and on again real quickly? The standard here is that at the LCE department demands precise measurement. In other words, to marry, this test will be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have induced your predictable provocations enough. Hohenheim, it seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, to marry, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory was a rather solid build. Not even the abnormalities of the most powerful side of things can puncture holes in its wall. What abnormalities do you have? Oh, very well. I will not force your hand, however, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record it as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately be only a half complete test result here. Utterly terrified? And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your pain cowardice for at least 10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy. I will send him myself.
10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy.
Outcome NA. Reason: subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserves a moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her core still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to an unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent, your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea, got it. That will be my greatest honor as a researcher. If anything ever goes wrong, G-San will be on the ready to receive those shoes right back to your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me now with such extensive anticipation now, there shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to tie her shoes, sitting. This 7-layer knot posed quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied this cord with such unwavering tightness? She was unachieved. I was hoping they will be the last knot those shoulders I will ever tie. Of course, there we go, rest thee well, Rocinante, for I... The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she will lose in control? Because we saw its effects on the water and the Manchalan? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was not used as disguise, and now that Don Quixote accepted her past as Sancho, removing it will affect her six at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore the nagging feeling. These researchers don't know that while facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kingdom, is like, we do. Mother. Oh, mother. Our existence is dead in perpetuity. Contemplos, complete of fear, hunger. Who the fuck is the mother? We pray unto you, filled with the blood of human, with the blood of human. The teeming, shouting voice suddenly began to echo in my head. They are the voice of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps it was the blood-filled instinct-given voice imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kingdom that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we permit to quench these tears of blood? What an ugly effect. I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood that the family deserves to drink. I must. Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at the building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I gotta get a hold of myself. Tears, my body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we are going to need to quench her tears somehow. We need something to say the combined tears, the desire of every single kingdom. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to squish what's... yeah, we had some blood samples. You need them. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive might have been saying? It's the combined tears of every single kingdom. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you are going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, Gisan, shoes, get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot, a bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig, good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible, so much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You eager head on knowing this will happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What will be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measure will be the answer here, since the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Is she having like... Yeah, she's...
당신의 판단을 따를게요.
전탄 격발.
Is this the same fight?
낙인을 새겨드리죠. 자!
La aventura ha terminado. We got the coin buff. We didn't get the coin buff.
가까이 오지 마세요.
So if the target is tired defeated, we did start. I hate that fucking move. It doesn't make any sense.
얻어볼 텐가.
Is this the same as Tune, Umbrego, Coin? Okay, it doesn't end, right? No end, no ending, no ending, no ending tour, no ending tour. We see it says no ending tour. Right? We agree it won't end the tour. Will regret win. I struggle. That's fine. I'm pretty sure this is my highest shit. I believe in you, Marcel.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Ah.
괜찮아.
Ow.
상처는 찢었으니까.
Oh, I saw that. Well, it was scripted. I must have to be the mother of all of them. The family tears. It's no, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. You are a sinner, nothing more. The gold on screen right now. Alright, we find a regular, so he's just going to do shit. Me queda una hora, vato. Calmado. Okay, we don't fight as him. I will not place the blame on this incident on anyone, Dante. Understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the depth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first killer had given to the third sinner. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most solid I see him after a fight. Was it? I decided to say nothing and turn on the clock. Rah, rah, rah. After some time passed. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness or did something affect your memory? My squirrel eye, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices, so many voices. The gif of the cat saying like the voices. The voices. voices, the voices of my family, but the Bloomsfield Mancha are all Sinclair trail off. Every single Bloomsfield left inside La Mancha was killed when the amusement park collapsed. Your amusement park collapsed. In other words, Sumari, most of Don Quixote's lower kindred were dead. That is correct, but I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that I was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seemed that I was against my own desire made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own tears, but the combined tears of every single one of the children. Tears. Indeed, I was also won by that tears. It's only natural because I'm a bloodfish. She's talking normal right now, by the way. I wish she was like this all the time. Well, kinda. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I heard you all. As Don Quixote the Bloodfiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this is in your fault. It's. No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, the string again neatly tied. The higher office will not be regularly supplying you with artificial blood pad. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower will be enough to withstand the surge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wig attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I do know, it seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the aspect of opportune convenience, this risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she possessed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, her fucking face, look at her. Of course, as large as this void of unknown was, we were able to fill it with such new information. Bitch. Certain analysis can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding Bloodfield and this very experiment. Let us discuss the tears you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true the Manchegan kindred had been completely eradicated to the events at the La Mancha land, but you still hear the voice of your children, yes. What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract value as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply that on-site investigative reasoning team leader spelled out the content of which we were equally fascinated. This desire of their kind, this tears is something that might as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that tears is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But consider that all of that desire is not focused onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating tears, tears and more tears. It is quite fascinating to see how you can present these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere word is does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante, and it will be in like 5 years when the gacha loses its steam and PM has to be like, okay, now we will have to make a good game, and they will give us upgraded versions of the base IDs. And while bare of feet and feel the air under my own skin, you are not going to walk like with your bare feet, woman. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. Why might that be? That there are those who will quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, Sumari, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now I have had a first-hand account of your condition. I will write the following in the report. Still quite stable, yet with the effort from the subject herself and effort from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I respect your effort, or any kind of effort really, because I never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look, but sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha. My deepest apologies, dearest friend. For sure, I shall ever preserve to see the Rocinante. My shoes are never to be removed again. Lad, you are looking all wrong. You are going to remove those shoes one day, yeah, and that's what you are going to preserve towards. Verily, I think she let out a brisk, quiet laughter. Ah, manage squeer. Perchance is there out that thou concealest from my knowledge. What do you mean? I don't think so. Not conscious that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded slightly as though I said I did. I stopped hesitating and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Okay, that was like a... What even is the X clear in here? Clear with the intent of like... I guess it is hard to style her. Maybe, who knows? That's like a lot of tools for nothing. Well, now that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. This is getting too long. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single line before him and began. Now the regular checkup is complete. Finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment status to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we are able to measure your pre-employment common capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there is much significant in establishing this particular huge report. Let's get, like I said, you are adequately mediocre at the present anyway, and oh, there are plenty of significant, alright? We all gotta know who's the big boss. While this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. And while there was a reason, I was the first one asked to introduce himself. There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be the apex legends of this scale, were they to be measured by the strength prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I was peak fiction. Dante, done. It's interesting how every collective has decided to get a clear picture of the Peking order. A negative expression of this design might even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their college lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You are not speaking from a personal experience, are you? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you will be quite meaningless. Each of your placement in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long silence. Then the senior simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold true in my phantom, yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meet the eyes. Yet there is remain a certain goodness within my heart. Perhaps the test of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. To spoke I, Yi-san. I will probably there is someone behind him. I will place truth in the faith that all you shall one day spread wings as I have. Jisan is the other way around. Yes, the light was made from my point of view. From here, the signal wind that oversized lens is the one in front of this line. For Jisan. Well, you say some cool words though. We got this right. We got this right, you say? Well, this is quite a bashful occasion. To be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I would say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe. I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objection at all about who the strongest signal was, given the earlier event. 1 second though, it appears that it will be the best if we left the command to Ishmael as we have done so far. She's like, okay, better hair than the other bitch. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. For sure, I'm in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer of a square. This of the case that such shy characters enjoy great popularity since time immemorial. Shut the fuck up. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Are we forgetting something pretty important? That you hold the world wars, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There were 12 of us. Some people just follow the radar. Big deal, let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I'll get somewhere around my level, probably, or head clips. This is my reply in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. You are the sinner with the bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. You really hate that, huh? In other words, Sumari, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed on a list or a scale. To do so will be irresponsible. I'll say you carry a certain potential. That potential is it. Does that mean that I could also usually play all goes well? It could very well be the reverse given the definition of potential. Let's not disquery harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny getting consolated by the guy who plays last. Is this the end of this bug or what happened? Yeah, it was luck. Oh my god, the frame drops are impressive. More lore? Please don't be a new classification codes. Oh my god, more lore. Don't be a dungeon at the end. After some time pass, I will assume the next nodes are just story because Sancho was the last fight. I don't know how can they pick that. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning a risk level for distortion, just as we have for normality. The observations that you have written us were of great help, of course. My research struggled to parse the handwriting of certain scenes, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governance gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heckles Green probably wiped the side of his nose. You must be I got the music of exposition time. You must all be aware the current system classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because of normalities were creation of the formal LCOR, classifications had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the formal LCOR measured the risk was the amount of their energy production. This is false. This is a fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Overread lore, whatever. I forgot the phrase. Fuck. It's on my brain. It's a common expression. Redcon. This a record. As a correct correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the most aggressive normality produced more energy, but the destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria despite the correlation. Don't retcon me. That is why certain normalities were assigned relative lower risk level despite their potential to kill even multiply higher ranking people. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy of shut up. Don't agree with him. However, here, both abnormality and distortion must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the formal alcohol classification is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on the internet. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion risk level and classification. Well, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivety with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us, sinners without the right to refute, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work into us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi! Don't be so ignorant, yeah? These are used to in order to reset the distortion, right? We got the other way around the system. We got to do research into distortion in order to solve them better. It's elementary shit. How Henry really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that. According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team, I cannot say that shit. The progression of distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of normality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon. After all, when a distortion progresses into a normality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of a normality. Thus, it's impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into a normality. It will no longer have the reversibility that they once had in the distortion. So a distortion like that Time Reaper fella will eventually become a normality too if left untouched. If you are to refer to the subject He6PI2001, then yes, This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject is contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into a normality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, the Limbus company collect the Time Reaper? We hope we will, but Ticor was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time reaping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know where to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that he something is the new classification code format. Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape a distortion, we decide to forego that information and instead replace it with their scene affinities at the expected damage scale. Scene affinities, P may refer to Pigitria slot. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we are being technical here, I wouldn't say mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that the Specatula are at once the origin of the distortion phenomenon of the bipolar, everything 1 to 1 was the expected damage scale. Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the Ekepalin production rate, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. Was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capability into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasy and variables that might make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decide to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Reaper possesses little threat against the city due to your idiosyncrasy, the unique nature of their weapon means that they can immediately deal a 9 fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why the distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system and these values are they're only as reference. Will this standard be applied to anomalies as well? We have plans to do so, yet risk level expect damage scale will be coming before the classification. Because wish I had something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith, one with the highest potential value among Limbus Company's businesses? Thus the development of transportation management and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, possesses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger all the time? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree of which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered through the city just like the golden blue, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the backstreet, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they have become a rather high priority target for some weeks out there. As luck will have it, we managed to begin a research expedition and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoid the very unsavory fate of having to deal with the wings for the possession of these artifacts, because we might have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, however, we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answer to. I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? It would be a good thing to know ahead of time just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Kanar to start of the city, what about Impuritas? I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between urban planning and urban nightmare. That sounds too high. No start of city yet, are we? It's almost like you want to be given a threat level. It's true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival power, and the potential of the identity technology might appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. You kill Dante and you die. Indeed, all our advantage will be moved upon the manager's death. Boy slowly turned around and looked at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. Why we protect them though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go back in time to discuss the incident with the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo, the goat I read from your report. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you will be enough to protect them? No, the flow of this word is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing might come to pass. That's enough, Jorge. Any further, he's right. Any further divulgence and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless work. Not there yet, are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat sometime in the future, but do remember that it will be the best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please don't forget that it's only true so long as you have Limbus Company backing. So let's see the final level. What is it? It's a dungeon? What the fuck? Hello. Hello, Otis. Not a dungeon.
징수 시간이다.
Not a fucking dungeon. You're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis, what hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypothesis has never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision, and I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosity and instinct as a researcher. I have a feeling we are not going to like where this goes. Are you going to the store? Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but don't you worry. My researcher will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? No, you relax. I understand, and now you will be willing participant of this experiment. I swear, you going to force us to the store, saying that we have no right to refuse something and gonna... Yeah, Hannah, I can't let you do that even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself, of course. You're going to destroy yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you will end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. Are you going to destroy into the fucking worm scarab thingy? No, I am curious. I am a very pleasant experience. You are already disturbed. So gritting your teeth like that, assistant, it will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. Why did you just end up turning into a peccatulum? You could end up becoming a peccatulum. Use another one of the fluid we slide our way for the test earlier. You are risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitation. Use a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, this employee will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet of what kind of peccatulum will I turn into. He bet on Goliath, I on Invadia, and her on Pigritie. But how could you? Think about it like this: if I were to become Pecatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss might depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning to Pecatulum relieved me of any values to life. I'll say he was being too harsh on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company will most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I'm well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind, therefore I see little reason why would you hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this John Sinclair here may express sentence stay against this decision. But once I become a Pecatulum, it might as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt cloud your judgment in killing the Petaculum, a mere byproduct. Stop saying Pecatulum all the time. Why something expects happen? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manual with backup plans? Or this is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a conflict, heads or tails, like the game. And it's going to hit tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. Either hits or it doesn't. I'm a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run many tests as gain as many samples we can to be stuck behind a desk, pouring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it's dead, then you might dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside the coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully destroy, we will be halfway to success. For the first time, I'm feeling quite the envy for all of you. For you all, I wish I could be witness to my very own distortion. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you will even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, knowing the standard we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you will. I recently come to the realization that people nodding along my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Notes. Then the manager he will open the entrance to my dungeon of the phantoms, and you will progress to the mirror dungeon as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into the deepest phantoms to face my distortions once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression effort. Section. And once you have made that far, it's likely that you will find me unconscious, or if you look, you will have conscious. Unconscious, are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It might take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo hat the king brought back as well. He's recovered. He's safely contained with your fascism. See? Choose, this is what I'm saying. That reminds me, time to talk about an old canto information for the fucking addicts to lore. And then we just move on. It seems that they are ready to activate the monarch. I am confident that even as a distortion, will be quite exceptional specimen. Just like that, you are not a Pecatulum. Indeed. No, you are different. I can still hear them. Yes, I remember, I still do. I know he will be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back no matter what. So you sound like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well, please take a look at this. Is this a no? Did he rather tips on how to do this or something? She says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently, it's some kind of a code. I don't think he will hear anything but dictate noises from me. Can you read this, Marcel? It will be done as you commanded. Marcel nodded, then began to read the words on the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Marcel read their term, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien inside appearing intermediately beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal. We stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn of. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment, however. I needn't expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Pam, 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 pam. Pam, 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 pam. The flaming gun, come up with a spy technically. This sounds like Burr. On class we basket the free to protect the class we con. Basically, the free get a fellow equal a normal copy of each skill. If a skill has 3 copies, gain 2 additional. That's cool.
발목 잡지 않도록 최선을 다할게요.
What's going on with them? Good, it appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon, the Phantom, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us. What is that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible given that you are in a dungeon of the past. This is the fucking... Is this the base armor, or is this like... Yeah, this is the base armor, right? Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hand. Had it been done to me, I would have manifested a place that was such more fascinating than this, like that library. What would have every book instinct existed? Soiru, you are... This company is so... It's so obvious when they used to write stuff for the fucking internet to go, wow, they saved the library, wow. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation. One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censor people brandish their weapons stridently and stood in our path. Looks like we are going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress. Can be helped, let's get ready for a fight. I suppose you got kicked out because I'm pretty sure every single Lobotomy Corp employee. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? No, this is what is this abnormality? I did have it, but I don't remember. Oh my god, look at the rod.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
전탄격
It's a dead one, I remember. I think. Oh yes, Medland.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
한놈 순식간에 끝내죠.
Oh my god, bro, roll at 21. 21?
버러지 같은 놈들.
이번에야말로 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도
이것밖에
멈춰주지.
못하나. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
That didn't work.
여러분을 위한 일이었어요.
Vice task the flip burn con deal 20% fin one more cool and heal this kid again. It will heal all by skill in flip burn player con reading to again often equal to the number surviving too. That's a very good one. The fuck?
불꽃을 벼리겠소.
Gaining good burn ego gifts. So, how do we know this guy's actually stored? I mean, Rodium. He doesn't sound any different from his he used also Rodium. Sanity degradation to the story affects every subject is different. I mean, yeah, but sanctuary his own phantoms. But Hohenheim, you are in a dungeon of the phantoms. We will see through it with Dante's power, whether you want to show us or not. Make it a fair assessment. How about this then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish washing my tub. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I have a personal laboratory all to myself. One of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? Him. Oh my god, you look weak. Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think, I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this perhaps? Whichever is the case, I was planning to censor the appearance anyway. Hey, I want to tell to you about something. Stop, are you here to spread your displeasure with me? Press go. Come back. The what now? If you are to let me know from the get-go. I have a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working with a workplace comfort. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you will find a much better audience among the human resource team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank ya for picking me. Some dude from the backstage to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you are the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one scared to look into before. Know what I mean? Ah, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A win does not hire people from the backstreet for something so significant. While this information has never been publicly available, Global TV Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the backstreet. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm very adept at spending my time on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguished features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. You believe in potentialities, Hohenheim. What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. I've been thinking if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living it large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a teen like me managed to stand a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I wanna stick around in your circle. Bringing about such drastic changes to one's life is the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself indeed, but you are, like most of the rebel, painfully average in most qualities and therefore likely to be the moving force in that change. I had no faith in universal like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics, like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both my right and left hand on my own. Have a nice day. Wanna know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about it. Action before deliberation, you get me? Dogless and carefree, possibly the only merit to be found those who originate from the backstreet. Or was that thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got cheap here. It's a tricky one to manage, tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing all kinds of strategies or whatever as long as based on hard logic. Who? Wanna shoot for the Department of the Year award together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transaction. One of the few men showing those who originate from the backstreets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain ennui back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversation. You let us. The remnants of my past come to Hades. Empanizados. What, I was muted? I thought you mute. Fucking hell. Nobody told me anything. I tried to mute now and I don't know. Perhaps whose they truly wish to hurt. I'm lost.
이번에 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 이 격정 속에서
The Silva Gunner version is better, in my opinion.
전탄 격발.
흐드러지게 타오르시게.
보냈고. 순식간에 끝내죠.
망설이면 나아갈 수 없어. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
So long of a fucking exposition to the fucking fight be like 1 minute long. It's finally here, the Department of the Year Award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Nanya noticed that a lot. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, so because I'm you that good at right hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. Same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologize for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotion, and some collaborative researchers. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hassling what they all are telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words or endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former Nelcor. And remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping employees in there with their normality. What is this sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is initiating site burial in 100 seconds? Any remaining employees may immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down 95, 94. The escape pods to the surface here, but there are only one set left. They're saying that the next one is in 5 minutes. I listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in case of crisis such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the present might settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survival will be decided by no other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument as suggestion before you. Compare yourself, whose sole final purpose was in life in clinging to your mediocre office job and making good on your debt payments, and me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal deeds and research results at such an early age, whose life in your ashes of greater work. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later, left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Brady's hideous emotion. I'm here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational health. The Elcor branch within Congressman Dungeon of the final began to crumble. It almost appeared as though his hair was crumbled as well. Well, now that's over with, I invite you to come to face me, the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight. I don't think I will bring him back, I just know it. I agree, we're still in deep waters here, this can't possibly be all there is to it. Pin, 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 pin. My god, there are like 20 more fights. we do again to when enemies take hits from ally attacks in favor and trigger burn one and by 2 times per turn per a burn trigger
제가
ID.
앞에 서줘.
Ego gift.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 남길 말은 없겠지. 흐드러지게 타오르시게.
이번에야말로
순식간에 끝내줘.
이 싸움을 끝내주겠어. 타올라라. 망설이지 말고.
Yeah, 1 HP.
달궈볼까? 본인의 승리일세.
No story, use fights, okay. Bing, 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 bing.
이번에야말로
순식간에
이
끝내줘.
싸움을 끝내주겠어. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.
한놈.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
이 결투.
더러지 같은 놈들.
이 격정 속에서 타올라라. 여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어. 여러분을 위한 일이었어요.
Okay, when I retreat with the fear, I apply We're not going to die. We are professional.
제가 앞에 서줘.
Without the enter Hohenheim's laboratory, it might be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return Sarah's son to where you came from, or fail to the suppression. Place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. But when Hercules suddenly strode forward, Hohenheim, you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the varsity, don't you? I heard from her earlier. They told me that you are a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that we're working towards. That was a pretty unexpected end of the conversation.
이번에야말로 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Is this fucking second warning but rendition? Oh no, it's still the basic one.
마무리.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
Man, he's stealing my SP.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
끝내. 전수하리.
Ya voy a acabar, vato. Calmao.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자라지.
조여목구를 달궈 볼까?
Ow.
전탄 격발.
본인의 승리일세.
Yep, he died. It's over. Get posted so far here, but there's only one seat left. They are saying that the next one is in 5 minutes. He looks like Heathcliff. What the hell? He also has a blue suit. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope in potentialities because of me. A hope and anticipation that we can make this better as long as we keep at it. Can't leave you all behind. Can you save my skin not without everyone? This is what I have my does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise, take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? But maybe next time, some other time. Radis, I hear you emotion. That is why they noted at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering there was a left behind. You can see the luminous fathom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later, I have returned safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those limitless potentialities of the world and continues to exist. I know it's not very befitting a reserve to be so, but it's quite a romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fair. It seems that the classification for my distortion was He-5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the rate of potentiality among the mediocre. After all, let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hoheim's researchers wave at us. But we will meet again, right? You, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this be your final meeting, and we will never see them again. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE research pushing out their glasses in our general direction. Though I will only take a step or two, the entire world and our seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportationist. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each have certain potentialities within themselves. If of us mulling over depends on the LCE, we return to the booth where Sharon and Virgilius were waiting for us. And that's how my story ends.
확실한 승리였어요. 돌아가면 저번처럼 홈파티라도 할까요?
The goat? Look at that. Nocturnal sweeping. Well, that was fine. I still have problems with the way they write stuff, especially lore dumps. It has been happening a lot. It happens a lot on Intervalos most of the time. Just lore dumps and shit. And some good interactions. It was very lore dump for me. Very lengthy. It was fun. As always, I expect more of the characters that are on the IDs that I have,
네 상관의 이름
and they barely do anything.
그놈 목까지 들고 가지 않으면 수지타산이 맞지 않다.
불꽃을 벼리겠소.
They have more dialogue at least. Yeah, that's my problem. The people just want that.
전수 흐드러지게.
걷잡을 수 없이 타올라라.
낙인을 새겨드리죠. 이번에야말로
해체 어각.
이 싸움
진행하겠습니다.
끝내주겠어.
Fuck, I'm mute again. Why is fucking... What are you doing in here, bitch? I was saying that I'm going to end in here. It was fun. My internet shit, I'm not going to stream next week because I'm leaving again for a week.
이 경점 속에서 타올라라.
I will be leaving for a week and will come back. I'm leaving Saturday, coming back the next Saturday, and then I can stream the other interval.
가자고.
And then Canto 8. But yeah,
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수
that's it for me. Yeah, one day. Anyways, thank you. Bye bye, everybody. See ya. And thank you for the raid walrus again.
받아볼 텐가.
Bye.
흐드러지기 망설이면 나아갈 수 없어.